Hello, welcome to NX After Dark. I have my tiny air conditioning running, so if that is too annoying, let me know. I'll turn it off. But I would like to be comfortable just like you at home. But yeah, let me know if it's too bad or if you can hear it, and I can turn it off. So, also hello to Zhao, hello to Shivam, hello to Serkan. Welcome. It is after dark. In Denmark, it's 10 minutes past 11 p.m. It's very dark outside. It's been a very moist and kind of warm day, not very comfortable. You know what? Let's have a look at the energy, the electricity grid in Denmark. This is the data we'll be basing our app on. And please let me know if the audio is all right. So it's actually a very, very green day today. We have in this past hour 78% wind power, no solar since it's dark, so that's great. Like we're supplying 78% of our electricity with wind power, and that means that the grams of CO2 emitted per kilowatt hour produced is very, very low. This is great. In fact, there's another view here where we can see the whole of Denmark and representations of each big offshore wind farm. Fairly well. That doesn't sound too good. So let me turn off some things just a second. This should be better. Let me know how the audio is. And hello, Abel de la Fuente. Welcome. Nice to see you here. Yeah, so this is the Danish electricity grid right now. Let's see. We have 3,200 megawatts being produced on wind turbines, and the large power plants are producing 130 megawatts, and the smaller ones 370 kilowatts. So solar is winning, wind power is winning by far, and the CO2 emissions is very low right now. Even though we are, let's see here, net exchange minus, that means we're exporting some of our powers, I think, if I recall correctly. Don't quote me on that. Might be the other way around, I'm not sure. Let's try to think about this logically. Minus, should mean more energy is going out than in. We can also check here. We're exporting a gigawatt to Norway right now. We're importing 300 megawatts from Sweden, exporting 700 to the Netherlands, importing 700 from Germany. Between Eastern and Western Denmark, 345 megawatts is going in west. Exporting to Germany here from DK East to DK2, 500 megawatts. Import from Sweden to our tiny island of Bornholm, 12 megawatts. Importing a gigawatt from Sweden. So what does that give altogether? It's like 2,200, 2.2 gigawatts exported, and so 2 gigawatts imported, something like that. Okay, yeah, so we are exporting almost 400 megawatts right now. That's because we're kind of in a junction between the Nordics, and Denmark is part of the Nordics, but we're at a junction between the Nordics and the rest of Europe, what's known as continental Europe. And Sweden and Norway are always producing excess power of hydro-based from hydro-based power plants. So really want that to flow through Denmark into the rest of Europe. Okay, so this is exciting. Oh no, I might have spoiled something here. Yeah, let's get right to the code. And audio is better. I can also relocate my mic here. Now it's close to my face. It's this, I got this from GitHub India. A very nice one called JLab Pro 2 or something. Should be a pretty good microphone. And also this amazing light, even though it's pitch black outside, the light here I also got from GitHub Satellite India conference. It's amazing. It's really nice. Okay, let's get into some code. We're still working on this pull request for our CO2 data access library. Let's just pull up here the dependency graph again from NX. Select all. Oh, yeah, right. So in another episode, we extracted some root libraries from the application project to make it what I call a tiny app project. But we can see, actually, this is something we're going to amend in a later episode, because I forgot, but also because we don't have all the NX rules set up yet. But they are detached from the application project. So because this one has images and things like that, icons and fonts. So there's no source code import. I mean, there are like from HTML to images, but NX is not really able to detect that yet. So we need to add what's known as an implicit dependency between the app and the assets library and the app and the styles library as well. We'll do that some other time. What we're working on right now is this CO2 data access library. So it has the scope of CO2, which is the what we also could call the domain, and it's a data access library. And of course, we're going to use this in our app, but we need some more layers between the data access and the app project. That will come later. For now, I'm trying to finish up the few remaining parts here. I think we have the implementation, the initial implementation, working very well. I mean, there's no app to test it in. There is an app, but I won't add it. I won't add the data access directly in the app. But we have a good amount of tests. So you can see here I'm using Wallaby, saying we have 20 tests with plenty of test coverage. As we can see here, I've actually have 100% test coverage now on our code. So that's great. And there's one here that's pretty slow, which wonder which one is that. This one. Oh well, we'll let it slide. Okay. So what we're missing, there's one thing we're missing here. If we go into our forecast, CO2 forecast store, we have a side effect using component store from NGRX. We have a side effect so that every minute we are downloading or sending a new HTTP request, getting back fresh data, because this data set is updated every few minutes. So I don't want the user to sit there and click a button. I want it to update on its own, almost as soon as the data is available. Worst case, you'll wait 1 minute. But I haven't really tested this yet, only the initial request. And this is where RxJS gets a little difficult to test, but it's also difficult to, I mean, it's good at describing this values over time as a stream or observables, but it's difficult to test. And I haven't been using RxJS marbles for testing, but Chow, I think it was Chow who recommended I watched a talk from RxJS Live Asia by Jan Niklas Wortman of the RxJS team. And he was kind of the same opinion as me, that we don't really need the marbles, the ASCII marbles for tests, unless, well, the most significant use case for that is if you're implementing custom operators, I think, or if you're on the RxJS team and you need to test the operators there. He said that for business applications, he's using some other techniques, very similar to what I'm doing myself when I'm testing observables. So I'm not too ashamed now, but I think I could use RxJS marbles to test this now that I had a second look, but I really don't want to add a whole new library just for one test. If it makes sense later, we'll add it. But now I'll test using some of my own techniques combined with some Angular testing techniques, since this is going to be an Angular application. So that's one part I hope to do today, because then I'm happy with the tests. And the other part is I made some date time manipulation myself based on the native date type of JavaScript. And this application is going to use a lot of dates, because it will be working on time series, probably only time series. So there's going to be a lot of dates. Right now we have the concept of a date query. Sounds a lot like jQuery, huh? But no, it's a date query, and it has a from and a to date. And we don't, like, even though the type in JavaScript is called a date, it's really a date time. There's not there's not a way to through complex types to describe a date and tell it apart from a date time. They're in the same. Well, there is no just a date. But if let's say we created one here, set today, and take today's date. This is a perfectly valid example, but now it represents the 22nd of May 2021. But which time zone? Well, it depends on which time zone you're in or your browser is running, because the browser depends on the operating system to provide you that time zone. And if you're on Node.js, same thing. So in my case, it would be like this. I'm in the GMT or UTC plus 2 hours ahead of UTC. So it would actually result in the same as this. So it's not really representing a date. It's actually representing a date time. And the Energy Data Service is using like the same concept. So date times you're getting out, or even though it's might be representing a date, it will look like this. It will be the start of a 1 hour period, or maybe 5 minutes period. So one value would have this for the CO2 emissions. One value would have this time, and the next one would have 5 minutes, because it's the start of from 5 to 10. It will represent that period, and the next starts at 10, 15, and so on. But other data sets might start at, say, 0 hours, and then the next one would be 1 hour, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock a.m., and so on. So yeah, JavaScript needs more date types, and there is actually a proposal right now, I think, that will be better at managing both time zones and formats native, and maybe it will even add, hopefully it will add some more date types so that we can differentiate between a date and a time, and a date time and a duration and a time interval or date interval, date range. Because that's basically what I have specified here. It's a date range from one point in time to another point in time with a UTC offset. Even as we saw here, even if we're not specifying a UTC offset, it's implicit based on your operating system, which time zone it's set to right now. So it's not too bad. Like it's very good at accepting all the ISO formats. It even accepts some, also based on your operating system and regional settings and so on, it can represent some pretty funky formats. Like, I don't know, it's Saturday, May 22, 2021. I don't know, something like that might also work depending on your regional settings. Okay. And hello, Sebastian. Welcome. Thank you for joining. Yeah, we need those APIs. It's called the temporal something in JavaScript, this proposal. Okay, so I already have this concept of a date range, or it's actually a date time range, because we're specifying, at least in this API, we're specifying which time series of 5-minute intervals that we're interested in. So yeah, I need a date time library so that I don't have to keep doing this myself and make silly mistakes. I was even wondering whether this would work both locally and in a CI server, a GitHub Actions runner in a different time zone, because I imagine it's not in the Danish time zone, but it did work. So hopefully it's because I did a good job and not just because I didn't, at the implementation, and not because I did a bad job of the tests. But I'm definitely going to need a datetime library. I was just too tired yesterday after midnight to do it. So we're going to add a datetime library today before we're merging this feature branch in a pull request. So those are the two things we're going to work on today: adding a datetime library and testing this timer triggered effect in Nginx component store. Okay, which one first? First, let's look at the datetime library. I'm postponing that complex testing, but it will also be good, but we'll save it for later. Okay, what are our options? Some that I've been using Moment.js for years. It's great, but it comes with, you need to add data for locales, and if you're using Moment time zone, which I always am, you will also need to add dates for time zones. So that will be, yeah, it's going to be pretty big unless you trim it down. Like if you're just taking the default npm package, you'll get all the data, all the time zone data, all the local data. In an Angular application, you would need to add there's some Webpack plugins to specify like which time range do we want to support time zone shifting from or in, and which locales do we want to include in your application. So, but there is like project status here. People say it's deprecated. It's not. It's fully working. It's just, it comes from a classical error where, yeah, early on in the JavaScript ecosystem, and they can't really do much more without like breaking everything and keeping the support for very old browsers. What they would lose that. Also because they think it's code complete in terms of the features it needs. And yeah, it is. It's very, very good. There's a few issues because mostly, yeah, I think they mentioned it here. The moment objects are mutable. So you have the issue of mutable shared state, which we also have with the native date object, by the way. it's a nightmare to work with times and zones, time and time zones. I believe I'll never get to understand it well. Oh, believe me, you will at some point. I use them every day. I have to test for time zones and daylight savings time and all that. But yeah, I still make mistakes like anyone else. But you learn to think about it all the time in your code, especially when you're working with time series all the time. Yeah, so Moment is not dead. It's just feature complete and doesn't see a future of making a ton of breaking changes and leaving behind older browsers. So it's just going to stay the way it is right now and only do like security patches if a new browser breaks Moment somehow or something like that. But yeah, it's a good time to look at alternatives that are smaller and maybe that are not mutable, the objects, so they're immutable instead. So what are our alternatives? I've been using Moment and Moment Time Zone. Let's try something else now. So another, like the two I would say that are most popular right now, from what I hear and see, is RxJS, 2 kilobyte alternative to Moment.js with the same modern API. Yes, I haven't used it yet, but yeah, I just look at the docs and it definitely seems like it is Moment. Like compare these two, just even the where are the docs here? There, look at the docs. Look at the docs here on Moment.js and Day.js. It's the same API, it seems, right? So if you like Moment, and I do, Day.js might be good. My question, and it's immutable. My question then is, does it support time zones? Oh, I also see here it doesn't. I mean, it supports locales, but doesn't include them. Oh, includes them in your build if you use them. Okay, so it explains like it's tree shakeable in terms of locales. That's amazing if it is. My question is, does it support time zones? Okay, so there's a plugin. Interesting. It has the same API as Moment Time Zone, I see. So then my question is, how big is the plugin? And how do I add the types for that plugin? Yeah. And let's see, what are you saying, you guys here in the chat? Sebastian? Cleanest is using the isostring version and a good date time library, set time zones and so on. Yeah, for sure. Always. I mean, in the old days, people would say use UTC times. And that's great if you don't have a data type that supports like date times with a UTC offset. But every technology has that today, including databases. They will have something like a date time TC. And even in JavaScript, we have like a new date. Or now, a new date is time zone aware. It's just if you don't specify it, like we discussed before, it will guess it based on your operating system time zone. So always, I cannot stress this enough, always add the UTC offset, like so. Always. Not only in JavaScript, also in any other backend programming language or front-end programming language. Always add this UTC offsets, because now we're representing an exact moment in time in a specific UTC offset, and this happens to be the Danish daylight savings time zone. During standard time, we're at +01, 1 hour ahead of UTC. It could also be other countries, right? So it's not really aware that this is because I'm in Denmark. So a date library should also be able to support that, like specifying convert to. It is already in the Copenhagen time zone, but okay, so London instead, right? Something like that should be possible in a datetime library, and I hope it also comes to JavaScript in a few years. Let's hope for that. Yeah. Well, if you want to come work with me at System8, you should learn .NET if you don't already know it, because it's 90%, 95% .NET developers, and then me and a colleague and a few people who also happen to know JavaScript. But yeah, I'm expecting or hoping that will change in the coming years. But yeah, we're working with in the energy industry, so we're working always with time series. It could be for data, like the CO2 emissions we're looking at right now, or it could be for measuring the consumption and then billing the consumption. Could also be a use case we're working with. And yeah, DJS has plugins, it seems, yes. The temporal proposal is in the third stage. I wonder why there are no stable implementations yet. Oh, great. Third stage. You say third, so is that stage 2? Because it starts at stage 0. Let's check. Here it is, the TC39 temporal proposal. It is in stage 3, so that's actually the 4th stage. I think it starts at stage 0, right? Okay. Although this proposal's API is not expected to change, implementers of this proposal must not ship unflagged temporal implementations until the Internet Engineering Task Force standardizes time zone calendar string serialization formats. See 1450 for updates. Okay, so there's some more standard work to be done before we can get this temporal. Okay, let's have a quick look here. Immutable objects. Great. Date values can be represented in local calendar times, but should be convertible to and from. Okay, so other calendar systems than this one. All time of day values are based on a standard 24-hour clock. Okay. Leap seconds are not represented. That's going to be interesting because we're heading for a negative leap second. So time will actually jump 1 second backwards in time rather than skipping a second. We'll be reverting a second for the first time because the planet is revolving at such great speeds that we have time what is it, because of this, the standard time units or time measurement devices we're currently using, I think they're based on atoms rather than photons. They were synchronized to kind of the average Earth speed or something, but that changes over time. And right now, maybe especially because of climate changes, the Earth is spinning ever so slightly faster to the point that now we have caught up with a second. So we actually have to turn our clocks back 1 second. So it's a negative leap second. But that's too complicated for this proposal, it seems. Interesting. No one knows what will happen when we skip or we jump 1 second back in time in our systems and on our clocks. So I don't know. Maybe we should spend, like, we should make $1 million purchase in that second, and it will be canceled. I don't know. Do you want to take a chance? That's the second to do it. Okay. Documentation. Let's just have a quick look here if we can see. Okay, a plain date. a plain time, a plain date time. Okay, so those represent dates, times, or dates and times without a time zone. And in some cases, you want that. For example, say we want to represent the launch date of a product, and it will be the same date in every country, but of course, whenever that date is entered in their time zone. But we would say it's the 22nd of July, 2021. So we don't have to specify the time zone because that will depend on the country you're in. Okay, converting between such plain types and the exact time types. So those must be the ones with a UTC offset embedded. So that's the temporal instant. That will be a point in time. So date time with UTC offset. Oh, or zoned date time. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I don't understand these two. Instant, get the exact time since Unix epoch. Oh, so it's a new tick type, maybe? Okay, yeah, exciting stuff. And I didn't know that it was already at stage 3. So that should be everything's decided. It just has to be implemented by the browsers. But apparently there was this issue with different vendors or whatnot deciding which date time strings we must support. Maybe. Okay, that was a bit of a sidetrack. Sorry for that, but it's very interesting. So, Day.js, if you like me know Moment.js and love Moment.js, this might be for you or for me. Except that these plugins, I'm a bit worried about them and types. But yeah, definitely a good contender. What's the next one? That would be date events. Another popular one. It supports locales. And it's based on, rather than having objects, it's functions. So it's based on functional programming. Or maybe there is a functional API. Or everything's a functional API. I haven't really used it or looked at it much. Oh, this is definitely functional style with currying. Okay. Okay, so here, so it's functions that accept a native date. So it doesn't have its own date types. No, it uses the native date. TypeScript and Flow has this functional programming API. Locales. Okay. So, but it doesn't mention time zones. So I don't think it will be for me. At least not for this project. Let's search. Oh, time zones. Oh, there's a separate library, data events tset. Okay. Okay. So that might also click. Okay. I do love functional programming. So might also be a good option. What else do we have? We have Day.js, we have data events, and we have moment time zone. Well, I don't know if you noticed, but if we go to the Moment.js page, something is mentioned here and in the top here, Luxon. So what's that? So Luxon is one of the Moment.js contributors rethinking a datetime library for JavaScript. but with separate new types, not the native date type, and not just one type like Moment has. They are immutable. They are chainable like Moment.js. Common formatting, native time zone, and locale support without any additional data. That is great. And so also works in Node.js if you install Node.js with some special locale support. I think it's called ICU. So this is actually the one I've been looking for or looking at, since I like this, that it has these several separate date types, because they actually represent something that that I need already this early in the stage of the project, which is this interval, I guess. Because an interval has a start and an end part. And you can, let's see here. Scrolling down, I saw an example somewhere. I hope. This is I have two pain points about this one. And one is it's an API reference, much more than documentation. Oh, here, okay, here's the regular documentation. Okay, so no worries there. But where is, if I would look at the interval, or what was it called? Yeah, the interval type. Where's the examples? Here's a date time. Nothing about, oh, here it is. Yeah, okay, so it's mostly, there's not a lot here, right, about intervals. So it's mostly an API reference. That's a bit of a bummer because it's a huge API. So it will take some time to learn and to find what I would need. The other thing is it intentionally doesn't include TypeScript types because the author doesn't care much for TypeScript. So I was a bit worried about TypeScript support, whether it's been kept up to date. But if we take, here's Luxon on NPM. So let's see. Latest version was 9 days ago, 127. 126 was the 13th of February this year. So it's being maintained. That's nice. Regular updates. But here is actually mentioned types. So let's click at that. But it's not official types. It's separately maintained in the definitely typed repo. But let's look at how often it's maintained and kept up to date. So for version 126, there is no 127 yet. That's okay. It was 9 days ago it was released. But for 126, the first version for that was, oh, here it is. It says the 16th of February, 2021. So that was that 3 days after this version 126 was released. Types were available for the first time. Then it has been modified a bit since. So also a few mistakes that have to, leads to updates because the types are separate from the actual library. But it seems like they are well maintained at least, and so is the library. So yeah, our options, we have Luxon, we have Day.js, we have DateFNs plus the DateFNs time zone library. And now I have to make the decision. find out in the next episode. Just kidding. So I am like, although what speaks, in favor of Day.js, it has the same APIs moment that I already know. In favor of data events, it's functional. I love functional programming. And has this time zone extension as well. But in favor of Luxon is actually that it has these separate types, which I have come to enjoy when working with C#.NET. There's this great library is it by John Skeet, a very famous Stack Overflow guru? It's called Node@Time. And it has similar concepts with several types, as we can see here. Okay, data fence is tree shakeable. Nice. Yeah, that's actually a consideration I can't really, I haven't looked into, like the bundle size of the different options, except they must all be smaller than Moment.js. But also that, for example, Luxon, and I also saw with the other ones, they use some data or the internationalization API that's built into modern browsers. So you don't have to load additional time zone data or locale data. So yeah, they should all be pretty small, no matter which one we're selecting. But here is for .NET. It's called Node@Time. This is a great library. It also has this concept of immutable data types and a few separate data types. For example, we see here it has instant, zoned, date, time, a duration, and a few others like date and a time, I think. So I really enjoy this API. So because of that, I'm going to try my luck with Luxon and this separately maintained types package for Luxon. And yeah, I'm going to stumble my way through the API reference to learn about these special types. But I'll learn something, right? Okay, so let's actually go ahead and add Luxon to this project. Windows sound, go away. So I'm using pnpm, so I'll say pnpm add Luxon. And my internet is slow these days. I hope it doesn't affect the stream, at least not too much. Sorry if it is. Looks a whole lot of Yoda time in Java. Okay, yeah, that might be it. I don't know which one came first, Yoda or Noda time. Guess it influenced both Java and .NET. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard about Yoda time, but yeah, which one came first? I don't know. Okay, so now I have Luxon, and then I'll do types / Luxon. There we go. So a couple of things here. This date query we actually don't need now, because now we have this interval type instead from Luxon that represents the span between 2 points in time. So we should be able to remove that, replace it in the places it has been used. And the other thing is this this thing that I managed to get working somehow. We should also replace that with Luxon. And now we can also use a better name than a date query. We can use an interval instead. So let's go through the places. I'm using the code lens here from Visual Studio Code. Make sure to enable that because it's built in. These tooltips here, whatever you call them, it's built into VS Code, but it isn't enabled by default, which is kind of strange. But maybe because it adds some space between the lines and it takes some CPU to use. But from here I can quickly open references and implementations and see the count. So first one is here in the CO2 prognosis HTTP service. So instead of a date query, let's call it date or interval. And import it from Luxon. Here it is. That should be an interval from Luxon. Good. So now we have the problem that it's calling another function here. Let's go to that one immediately. Interval. And also using the one from Luxon. And by the way, I finally found an extension to do the imports of both local files and node npm packages. It's called auto import for VS Code. So that's a huge relief. I was doing a lot of manual import statements, and I've actually been doing that for quite some time, half a year. So that was pretty stupid by me. Okay, so instead of from and to, it has start and end, maybe? Yeah, end. And then it doesn't have a to ISO string, but it should have something similar, hopefully. This will be a date time, which is also a type from Luxon. Same for this one, the end property. See you, Sebastian. Thank you for jumping in. See you some other time. So now I have to figure out how do I output that date time string we looked at before, the serialization format. How do you get that from a date time in Luxon? Let's see if I can guess it here. To ISO. Hey, that would be nice. Okay. So good thing we have tests, and it's actually showing me that a test has broken here. But it might not be a unit test for this function. Let's see. We have the test here. Here are the tests. Oh, here it is. Okay. So it's because I'm passing this date query object instead of an interval. So in the tests, let me just maximize this view, hide this one a bit away. Where did it go? Oh, interesting. Yeah, so same thing. Instead of we'll call it interval, and we'll use the interval type. And okay, so how do we create an interval? Maybe there is a static factory from date times. Yeah. Is there another, is there a constructor? Oh, there's not a constructor taking any arguments, at least. So from date times, from ISO. Okay, okay. That looked like. Interesting, interesting. So we could do according to the inline documentation, which seems to be pretty good. So, get that right. So like so, the start and the end. Like so. Interesting. That's not a format I've seen before, but it is called from ISO. So yeah, it's apparently a standard part of the ISO 8601 format. Time intervals. Interesting. Okay. So here we also do, instead of from, we do interval dot start, then to ISO. Now I'm not sure what it outputs, so let me just add some gibberish here and see. Expect that here, and this is the output. Okay, so it is the same as the date.toISO string. Good. So now I need to change that in the other tests as well. Interval, or what did I do, like so? From ISO. Okay, Shivam, thank you for joining. Have a nice dinner. And Serkan, going to sleep. Okay, see you some other time. Thanks for joining. And okay, so I'm just going to use the interval type here as well. Yeah. Okay, so here the actual date time, the point in time didn't matter. So how could I represent that with the interval? I think I could do that from date times, and then date time also from Luxon, and then that now. No, or not a now. What else do we have in Luxon? Is there? Oh wait, where did it? Oh, it added an implementation. Okay, let's see if there's not a date time in Luxon. And I hope that will have now. Yeah, okay. So 2 times date time now is this interval. What is it complaining about? Oh, it's a function, of course. Or rather a static method. Okay, okay. Well, here need to do end to ISO. And are we getting close? Here, the same as this one. So I might extract this to a variable or constant here called dummy interval. Use that here and here. So that will tell me that date and time, start and end, doesn't really matter for this test. And it's because it's not related to the date time filtering part of our SQL query here. Yeah, so the tests are green, at least for this one. And let's go continue replacing the date query. So let's see where we're referencing it. In the store, a few places. So interval from Luxon, good. Here, interval, dollar. Remember the finish notation of RxJS. And yes, observable of interval. And changing this one also to the interval type. Good thing I'm using a timer and not the interval operator of RxJS, or this would be a bit awkward with two interval names. But yeah. Interval. Yes. Now we need to, oh, here. Now, date time dot now. Stop using the native date types of JavaScript. Let's use the Luxon types instead. Same here. Okay. So we don't need to make a copy since they are immutable. So how would we take create one? But the start. What we're actually looking for here is the start of the day. So we're actually looking for we have a date time as well. No. Oh, that's too bad. What are the other types? Duration, date time, and interval. Well, those were the three types. Okay, so we don't have one, but just the date part. So really looking forward to that temporal API in JavaScript itself. How could we do here the start of a day? Now I'm going to look in the documentation, I think, of Luxon. Okay, so it's start of day, but it doesn't modify this existing date time instance. It returns a new one. This API is actually, it looks like moment, but instead of mutating the moment object, or in this case the date time object, it will return a new one. Great, immutability. which means that where this one is used, yeah, it's only used in its own test suite and here in these two locations, here and here. So I really don't want to keep, I mean, we can just remove this one since it's only being used in one place. So let's remove that. We have a datetime library now. So let's do today. Local today is now dot start of day, and local day after tomorrow is, let's take the local today dot add, it's called add, oh, minus, so there must be a plus, to base. Nope. Okay, so what it's, okay, it wants a duration. Okay, a duration. Or if we could do like so. No. Now we have to create, probably there's a duration, or there is a duration type here. So from ISO, okay. What does the ISO time look like? Oh, okay. Yeah, so 2 days. Actually know this this ISO duration standard as well. So this will be a period of 2 days. So adding 2 days to the local today, that will give us the local day after tomorrow. So now we'll return an interval from date times local today and the local day after tomorrow. So why is it saying start off is not a function? Maybe we're passing it something that's not actually a date time in a test, for example. So let's try to find that place here. How many tests are broken? 5 right now. Okay. Here's one. So what are we passing it? A date. That's not what we need. Due date time instead. Oh, date time from ISO. Yeah, like so. Okay, let's go before we look at these. Let's go through this test suite. Date time from ISO. From, it's now a start equal date time from ISO. Okay, actual interval, instead of 2 it will be end, and instead of a new date it will be date time from ISO. Good. And now the tests are, at least these tests are passing. But now the name is not really good. It should be create CO2 forecast interval instead. So let's fix that. I have something unsaved here. Okay, the store is now passing all its tests. So I'll close that one down. So now I will rename this one to be Great CO2 Forecast Interval, since it's now returning an interval. And we then need to rename. And this is where I'm probably also missing a VS Code extension, because when I rename, the import statements don't get updated. So maybe I should look for rename extension. I'll rename. Okay. If someone knows, let me know, because I don't know what I'm doing now wrong. Rename interval. Doesn't update any imports. Interval. Look, now I have to update the path myself. Annoying. Probably here as well. Okay. So that's good for now. Let's look at the remaining failing test here. Yeah. Okay, so it's not taking an object anymore with from and to. Oh, this one is actually that dummy dummy interval. So we'll create a similar variable here. And at some point we might extract it to a utility, test utility library or something. Oh, now we need it in another test case. So let's at least extract it or lift it up to the top scope here in this test suite. Here we also need it. Now they're all green. Every test is actually green now, passing. Okay, so let's go back to this. Oh, did I already delete the date query file? Oh, it's still here. Okay, here it is. Now 0 references, so I should be able to delete this one again. Again, but finally. Okay, lots and lots of changes here. But all the tests are still passing. We didn't need to really change much in the test or the implementation. So it was a good time to introduce this datetime library because we weren't doing too much yet. Oh no, these two have not been renamed. So I'll try to do that in a separate commit. This is what happens when we both rename the file and we change the content. Git can't really always figure it out. So use Luxon types. Oh, there's definitely something here. So where the SQL is generated is in here, this one. Okay, so I did convert this to the Luxon implementation as well. Nice. Okay. Good. Let me run a quick format because I have an extension that sometimes changes something that Prettier doesn't agree to. So let's prevent additional commits for that. Oh, this was not. That will be in another commit. But for these two, let's get those style changes with this commit. And here is just formatting. Yeah, just some formatting. And now let's see if we can turn this into one commit where they are renamed and rather than deleting and adding files. How would we do that? I'll definitely save this implementation and same here in new Windows. And then I will revert all the changes, discard all the changes. And it was, what was the file? Did I just lose something? Yeah, I just lost the implementation. No. Oh, here it is. Oh, good. So it's the create forecast. No, not in HTTP. Create CO2 forecast date query. Yeah, so it's now, let's start by renaming. So it'll be renamed to interval. Same for this one. And then, oh, they're already updated. Good. But this one, okay, like so. So that will be one commit. And now it's a rename commit. And then for the implementations in a separate commit here. So this is the create CO2 forecast interval. There's the file. Here it is. This is the implementation we want. So we have this one out of the way. Close it. Don't save it. Hitting the there. There's Wallaby. And we want the test suite implementation here, like so. Save it. And now the tests are passing again. We can remove this one. And now in a separate commit, use Luxon types. Good. Good. So it's in a few commits, but that doesn't matter. I'll also squash merge when I merge the pull request. But for now, it's nice to have a good. Well, it's always nice to have a good Git history, so you can see where the files were originally and what they contained. But sometimes it's difficult with Git to make these renames and file content changes. And then we have to remember to do it in separate steps. Okay, so my counter here says that I have one person joining again. Hello to you, whoever you are. I just added the Luxon datetime library to replace my custom date utility function and stop using the native date type of JavaScript. So now all my tests are still passing. So now I want to consider, is there something I want to change? Does it still make sense? Okay, so the interval here is the interval of a CO2 forecast. I hope the names make sense. The name makes sense here. Down here, we are create CO2 forecast interval. And it's accepting the now, so that I can take the today. Yeah. It's adding 2 days, and that's the interval. So today and the local day after tomorrow. Okay, yeah, this is exactly what we had before, but I was unable before to say I'm actually looking for the Danish today and the Danish day after tomorrow, because we're looking at Danish energy data in this app. So rather than saying start of day immediately, now I'll say, okay, Danish today is now, but convert it to zone. Okay, zone. We have a zone from Luxon. Yeah, we do. Okay, interesting. How can we create a zone? I have to go view the documentation for this. Zones, 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 zones. Nothing here about the zone. Strange, strange, strange. Local zone. Oh, for this JavaScript environment. Okay, so that's not the one we want. An IANA zone. Yeah, this is what I'm looking for. So, okay, zone is just an interface, and these are the implementations, I guess. What's the fixed offset zone? Okay, okay. It's a zone with a fixed offset, but no daylight savings change. Okay. Is there an example here? I think I know what it means. Yeah, okay, like so. So that doesn't take daylight savings time into consideration. So this is not what I'm looking for, and it's not the local zone I'm looking for. What's an invalid zone? One that failed to pass. Okay, great. So I'm looking for an IANA zone, and instead of America, New York, it will say Europe/Copenhagen for the Danish time zone. So how do I create one? Oh, there's a static function called create. Yes, so let me try that. Okay. Danish zone is zone, or the IANA zone, that create Europe/Copenhagen. So let's go to the Danish zone and then start off A. We have the Danish today. Let's use that. And then we'll have the Danish day after tomorrow will be Danish today plus a duration of 2 days. Period of 2 days. 2 full days. So that's 48 hours. Okay, so now we are improving the implementation because this is what I wanted all along. So that it will always show the two Danish days, two Danish full days, the current Danish day and the following Danish day. And to do that, I have to specify the start of the Danish day after tomorrow, because the queries I'm making for the API will be including the first date time, so that will be the Danish today, but it'll be exclusive of the end time, so the Danish day after tomorrow. So everything leading up to, but not including the time series that starts at that point. And I think I saw somewhere that here, it's the same in this interval type by Luxon. Create an interval from a start date time and an end date time, inclusive of the start, but not the end. That's what I was trying to explain. Great. But now we have some failing tests because we were not the implementation was different before. Now I want actually a feature change. What is going on here? Something about zone. Okay. Okay, so how can I do it zoned date time? I create a date time in a zone. I have to go to the Luxon documentation or manual for this. Time zones and offsets. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Set zone. Great. Oh, if you specify zone, they are local by default. Okay. Yeah, so if you don't specify a UTC offset, it will assume just like the date type of JavaScript, whatever your operating system is. So to me, it would be the Danish current UTC offset, and for the author of Luxon, it would be New York time zone. So creating date times in a zone. Oh, okay, so there's an option here. Option object zone, Europe Paris. I'll do Europe Copenhagen. Or maybe I can pass the Danish zone. Okay, yeah. I created that in an object. Was that in the implementation here, Danish zone? So now I need it in the test. So let's extract it here in zone. So use it by importing it here. Good. And now in the test. Danish zone. Nice. And now the test is passing. Awesome. Awesome. There's a failing test still. Which one is that? Oh, it was a similar thing, I guess. Zone, Danish zone. Great. Wow, there's one thing I really like here, and that is that just matcher here to equal is able to take the serialized version of this datetime object and compare it to what we're getting out of calling this function. So I don't need additional measures for just to work with these types. That's actually pretty amazing. And also now with the date, like a date in JavaScript is able to represent this well, but it's unable to represent that this date time value is actually in the Danish time zone. But the date time is able, like by default, it's a local date time similar to the native date type in JavaScript. But we're also able to pass this option of a zone to say it represents a point in time, but also it's in the Danish time zone. So even if I remove this, it should also work. And it does. So now I could actually like sometimes I have to like think about are we in the standard time Danish time zone or are we in the daylight saving time Danish time zone? So like I could do like so and then say so I don't have to remember if it's +1 hours or +2 hours. Then I would have to refer to this Danish zone everywhere in my tests. I have to do it down here anyway, so yeah, it might actually be nicer, being more specific at least. I mean, I could probably set maybe there's a way to set the default time zone on these date time instances. Yeah, there is probably something we'll look into later. Oh, I'll definitely be using this zone option in my tests. Great, 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 great. Goodness. Okay. Okay. A few things that are crossing my mind right now. But let's commit this first. And let's run the format command. Okay. This is a feature commit. And we are use or always display Danish forecast interval. Always display forecast in Danish interval. Using Danish interval. Yeah. But now we got the feature in, and now let's look if something doesn't make as much sense anymore as when we were using native date object. So, okay, so this Danish zone shouldn't, it's not really related to state. So we could create a separate date time library, but for now we just have this one library and don't want to, I mean, shouldn't be shy to create libraries because that's part of working in the NX way. But on the other hand, I just have one thing here. The next time I'm going to need it outside of this library, I will pull it out, but I will start locally. So again, I will be creating here date time till folder, move it out here. So now I have this issue of I have renamed it or moved it, but I haven't. It doesn't update the import. The imports. So where was I using it? Here. So let's update that import path. Thank you. And I was using it here as well. Good. Tests are running. Everything should. I can't. The camera is blocking my view here, so there it is. Okay, good. The tests are all passing, so I feel confident that it's all working now. Move Danish zone. Nice. Everything is possible in code. Okay, so that was one thing. The other thing I had in mind is this. My internal state here is representing an interval. What's another way I could represent like what I'm this forecast? Why? Okay, so why am I representing this interval? Let's take a look at that. So here we're referring to the interval. So we have an interval observable. It's used here for this effect. So it's kicking off this effect, load records every minute. So it's used, it comes in here, and then we use it to bolt it together with this timer that kicks off or triggers every minute and initially. And the value of interval we are then using down here to pass it to this our own HTTP service. So let's go into that. And this is for the query. It's being used in this query creator. Okay, so this is for the query parameter. What's another way we could represent that? Let's just try something. Let's try something. It could be instead of an interval, and this Luxon interval has a start and an end. But we could also say let's see, Danish today, date, time, and duration. That could be interesting. Import from Luxon. Then we could say, what is the Danish today? And then of course we need something to keep that up to date when we get past midnight Danish time, which is a feature we don't have right now. Instead, it will be every time this store is initialized, it will update this value. So this makes it a bit more explicit here in the state that we have the Danish today for some reason, and then a duration, which will be 2 days. So this could also be used to represent the forecast, interval. And right now it will always be fixed to a duration of 2 days. But you might have maybe, in this case, it doesn't make sense to be able to change that because there will always be only just 1 day or 2 days, because data for tomorrow becomes available in the afternoon, Danish time, but there will never be data for the forecast data for the day after tomorrow. But in a separate feature, it could be interesting to be able to make the duration dynamic. But here, it will always be 2 days. So let's actually create a duration of period of 2 days. And we're going to use that. And now we're going to remove the interval, comment it out first and see where our code breaks. Here, yes. So instead of having an interval, I'll save this one for a second. Then we'll have a Danish today. Which is an observable of a date time. Danish today. Okay, where we're using this interval observable, down here. Okay, so yeah, and this is actually making a little sense because it's starting to make some sense is what I'm trying to say. Because what would trigger a change here, other than the timer, of course, it would be when the Danish today changes. So that's what we're trying to express in this effect, that the Danish today can actually change. That makes sense. Before we had an interval can change, but what is that interval? It's not arbitrary. There's not like a date range picker in the UI. There won't be. So what can change? What's the source of changes here? It's the Danish today that can change. So that's a bit more clear now in the code, in my opinion. So here, this is the first place where we're going to need an interval instead. So how can we convert this Danish today, which is a date time from Luxon, into an interval which is what this HTTP get method requires. So let's go for the interval of Luxon, and then creation options do we have here? Can do, well, it's basically the from date times or from ISO. So we'll do from date times. We have the Danish today. And down here, we actually had this. How do we add the Danish day after tomorrow? That's Danish today plus duration of 2 days. So up here, the second parameter is going to be Danish today plus 2 days. Yeah, and since this is immutable, we're not mutating the Danish today object. We are instead returning a new date time, a new instance. Okay, there's something to note here. Adding days, months, or years shifts the calendar accounting for daylight savings times and leap years along the way. So plus 24 hours may result in a different time than plus 1 day if there's a daylight savings change shift in between. Great. This is why we need a datetime library. Nice. Yeah, I like this. I like this. So there's one more change down here. Now the initial state will not be, it will need a Danish today. How can we get the Danish today of now? Well, we could say now, and then talking about zone, set the zone. To any zone, and then start off A. Yeah. So this could be actually a local now. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's already in the Danish zone. This will probably be something like a no op, setting the zone to Danish. Okay, so yeah, I'm liking this. I'll replace it. It's better. It's more explicit about our source of change, and we only need this 2 days down here. Yeah, so now we don't even need these files, I think. No, it's only being used in the tests. Less code is good. Removing stuff is great. Great, great, great. So what else? Here, this thing I'm not too happy about, especially since it's not dynamic. Like it happens on construction time, that's it. It can never change. So ideally we would have a datetime service that will change or will emit the Danish today whenever that changes. Because we actually don't need the now. We need the Danish today. We don't need the whatever now is. Do I want to go down this route right now? Sure, I will. But running this format command, and then change internal state. Change refactor. Yes, yeah. Right. Okay. Okie dokie. Where are we using this Danish today? Using that down here in the effect. Okay. So if we extracted this out to a service, we wouldn't need to store it in the internal state. That makes sense because it's really not something that is local to this store, state of this store. It's a more universal concept. So now it might be time to create that first library, an additional library here. Yeah, This is a good time for that. So we'll generate an Angular library. We will call it, let's see. So a util type library can have anything like pure functions, constants, even services. Well, there's many types of Angular services, but here it will be services related to date time. Yeah. Now my only question is, should it be called util date time or util date times? If it was about books, would I call it util book or util books? I would probably call it util books. So I will also use the plural form here, util date times. Okay, directory. Okay, good. What would be a good directory for this library? We currently have root and CO2. Okay, so there's two options here. Either we, at this level, or as a sibling to the CO2 and root grouping folders, we'll create one called shared, because most likely it's going to be shared state between multiple other library projects. But it is always good to start at the most local level possible. So I will actually start by creating it here in the CO2 grouping folder. And then we can lift it up to a shared grouping folder later when it actually becomes shared, so that we're not making assumptions, even though I think it's a good assumption. But yeah, we will also then learn how to move libraries around when that occurs. So we will create it inside of a CO2 grouping folder, because that's where we're needed right now. And then we're going to need some tags. So scope is CO2, type is util. Let's create that, see what happens. What is generated? This library. Go away, NGCC. I can't really spell right now, apparently. What is it telling me here? Could not locate executable NX in your project. Please make sure everything is installed. Okay. I'll do an npm install. Or pnpm install, rather. Strange. Okay. Yeah. So now I can run the pnpm format. And so now I have the generated library. Let's review. I'll want to go into here and give it a title. Date time utilities. And let's go to the root level configurations just to make sure that I want to keep this organized by alphabetically sort, like so. I should probably make a script for this at some point. I'm always doing it manually, and who likes to do manual work? Not me. Not too many times, then I'll automate it at least. Let's go to the jest config as well and just do a manual sort here, like so. Good. Run the formatter again. This is prettier, by the way. Prettier formatting the files that have changed when compared to the main branch. So it is branch aware. That is pretty good. Good way of doing things. Okay, so this is generate utilities, utility library. Okay, what's going on with my system right now? Something about Git. Okay, let's take a look at this. So it has auto-generated an Angular module. We're definitely not going to use that. So instead, I might just do like so. Format. And here, I will amend the latest commit. So it will be part of this commit now. So now let's see, what do we want to have in here? So this application is currently working a lot with Danish data or only Danish data. So it will need some Danish datetime observables or methods or whatever. So let's create a Danish date service. Injectable. Let's make it a singleton on the app level. I provided in root. And export the class called Danish date service. Well, service. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking let's have another component store actually. So instead of Danish date service, let's call it Danish date store. Right? Unless it would have some helper methods, this is a better name. A store, we can provide that in root so that the first time it's required or asked for, it will be instantiated. Yeah, let's do that. So now we will extend component store, because despite the name, a component store doesn't have to be tied to a component. So a component store needs an internal interface. So that will be the Danish date state. What would we have? We would have today, read only property, read only today, and it's a date time of Luxon. Nice. Put that interface in here. And as you can see here, I'm not exporting it. However, if you do, yeah, the reason why I'm not exporting it, I don't want consumers to don't want them to rely on the internal state. But if you're making a library and you're exporting this store as part of the public API of that library, and I mean like an NPM publishable library, you probably have to export the interface as well And also, if someone was depending on this store and it has like a state dollar property, which you can then subscribe to the internal store, and it changes, then the consumer might need to uh, represent that the type of that observable. So they would need this state interface. But again, like I said before, I don't want them to depend on the internal structure. So I don't want them to depend on that dot state dollar property. In fact, I think it should be protected, not public. Don't give the consumers these low-level APIs. Keep that in the class here. That would be great. Okay, so we have an internal property. So now we need an updater. So it will be update today. And this the updater of, if we need to give it a type here, and it'll be update time. And we will have a callback that will return a Danish date state. And it will be passed the current state and this today value. So we will spread the current state and add the today value or replace it. Okay, so what is what? What did I do wrong here? It's something about RxJS. It's strange. Restart the TS server. Starting. Still, okay. So maybe I didn't remember something I didn't remember correct. Why is this? My other store. How did that make it? Updaters. Well, I forgot some types here. Yeah, we should make sure that it's returning a state. Because if we don't do that, we could do hello world and it wouldn't complain. And that might be put in the internal state, or it might trigger an error. Who knows? What else will happen? But anyways, here I'm able to do it, but here it's a private property or method, so maybe that's it. Let me at least add this type annotation to prevent mistakes. And I'll want to do my format again. Good. Back to the Danish date store. If it was private, would it work? Yeah, it would. Strange, strange, strange. Okay. Cannot be named without a reference to RxJS. A type annotation is necessary. Okay, that is a bit strange. So I would have to type it. That is really, really strange. Oh. So it's a method that accepts that type. Function that accepts an observable or value. Observable or value, which is either a date time or an observable of a date time, and returns a subscription like this. And subscription comes from RxJS. So does observable. Okay, so now it's happy. That's really strange. Do we really need to add those type annotations for public updaters? Seems so. It's really annoying. Although these are only types, so there's another thing you could do here, and that is import types. What is it called? Import types. What is it called? Import type? Oh yeah, like so. This is not a runtime dependency directly on RxJS. So we could do it like so. Let's do that. Why not? We're using pretty modern version of TypeScript 4.2. Of course, the trade-off is if it becomes a runtime dependency, will TypeScript tell us? Guess we'll find out. Okay, so we have an updater for the Danish date store. So now we need, who should be able to update today? You know what? This should be a private updater. So we might not even need all of this stupid type annotations. So we can remove this import type statements. Okay, yeah, because what should update it? Not just anyone importing this service or store. It should actually be some kind of an effect. What we should have public is a property, let's call it Danish today. I mean, is that clear from the name Danish date store today? Yeah, maybe it is. Hopefully it is. Do it this way. And it's an observable date time. Now we still have a type dependency on observable, not a runtime dependency, but yeah, whatever. How would we get this? We'll get it by using the select method, and then we inherit it and state that today. Okay. So that would be the Danish today. And you know what? Technically, right now, we don't even need the updater because we can do super and pass it the initial state. So let's have an initial state. Type and like so. Okay. And what is today? This should be at construction time. So I shouldn't pass in anything. No, so this should be a function. Function create initial state. Does it Now, yeah. Finish now. Times are always tricky. So we get the Danish now. Today is Danish now. Should we have the local now? Yeah, why not? Let's have the local now. No. I don't know. Danish now, local now. Do the local now and then set the zone to Danish zone. Which is also something I want to put in this library, by the way. Yeah, something we should have in this library. Move it. Folder called dates. And export. Zones. Export from lib zones. Zones. Any zone. Now we have a few places here where we were using it. They now need to refer to library. So it hasn't detected nothing of this library, I guess. Let's try again. Oh, it hasn't really figured that out. So manually import from energy insights, util date times, Danish zone. Yeah. And where did it go? Here. Also, and also here somewhere. This one is, no, that's not using Danish zone. Which file is using Danish zone? Oh, it was only that file. Okay. But it's saying cannot find blah, 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 blah. A little strange, but might just be Wallaby being confused. Let's try to restart it. I mean, this should be right. This should be right if I have exported it correctly. Yeah, it's exported. Yeah, this should be good. Yeah, it should be good now. And yeah, okay, Wallaby is also happy now. So now we can use it here inside of this library. Finish today. Start of day. So we can use this here, create initial state. We need to give it a local now. Where would we get that from? Get that from date time, but now. Yeah, that's the initial state. I'm thinking about some testing issues that are going through my head. It's always like if you're ever doing like new date, or in this case, date time.now, how do you test that? We could test that with the native date type, but what would you do for this one? I guess you can mark that static method. Um, Could also have Danish now. So we could create a public method called now, and this will return at Danish date time. And well, yeah, then set so Danish so. Yeah. So now if someone needs now, Danish now, they can take it from here. But also, I wonder if we could use it here. Now. No, we don't have this when we're inside of the constructor. But oh, not before calling super. So we could do like so, and then set state, pass it the full state here, the initial state. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Some ordering it's linter is complaining about, because this is a method and this is a member per instance actually. So yeah, linter is not too happy about that. Okay. So this is actually the finish now. So we don't need to set the zone. Well, what if we did today? Finish today. Finish today. Turn this that now, but start of day. Yeah. Better. So up here, I could say this not today. Yeah, it works. Okay, so now we could actually do so that. Oh, no, that doesn't work. Because we have an observable, so people should be private. Our consumers shouldn't be able to take that. Maybe they shouldn't be able to take them now either. At least not right now. No. No, for now we'll keep it private. Both of these. Yeah. Good. So consumers can subscribe to today. Now we're just missing how often should that change? Should it be every second? Every minute? Every hour? Looking for if the day has changed. You know what? Right now, we'll leave it as is. Oh. This is additional work. I don't know how to do additional work. I wanted to test this RxJS, but it doesn't seem to be happening today. Okay. Let's leave it for now. So we have not tested this one. We've also not tested this constant. But yeah. I mean, if this was if there's just like a spelling mistake or something, it would give a runtime error. But we also have a lot of tests, so test would fail. Probably. I don't know. It's getting too late for me to think about these things. Dates and times and time zones, they're hard. There's much to take into consideration. Should we test this? How would we test this? Should we test this one? No, not right now. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. No, we're not going to test it. Not today, at least. Instead, we're going to be using it in our store rather than doing date time now, because that is a big no-no. So now we need the Danish now, or do we just need the Danish today? Well, we actually need both. No, we need today, and we need the observable Danish today. Danish date. Danish date store. How's the import path? It's good. Okay. Let's go back to that. Now we need today. Okay. Oh, if we have the Danish today, we don't need it in our internal state. Ah, great. That's all one of the reasons for doing that. Yeah. Man. Doing too much here. Forgetting my train of thoughts. I can't even think about that right now. Okay. Now we have just an initial state. That's better. And now we can give it. Now we don't have this Danish today observable. Instead, we will pass it from the service. Data today. We don't even have to save it as a property. So we can put like so instead. Yeah. Yeah. And would you look at that? The tests are green again. Great. So we have externalized this state of what is the Danish today date time, because it's not something that is local to this store. It's an external value or source of change. Yeah. Oh, let's see if this one is renamed properly. Oh, good. Okay, so this is a refactor. Extract Danish dates. Oh, Danish today. Date. Move Danish. So, yeah. Move, extract, remove. Okay. Okay. Great. Let me push all of this. And now we have this to do. I hope I only have one to do. Yeah. This HTTP request every minute. Okay. So this has been going on for 2.5 hours. But I did plan to test this. So let's give it a quick shot. But I might get some of the details wrong right now. It is 1:30 a.m. in Denmark. But let's give it a shot. So what we want to test is this effect here, that every minute we are triggering an HTTP request. Now I'm I'm seeing something here. I'm seeing a refactor before I start that test. Just discovered a refactor here. Of Danish today. I will. So move that up here. Forecast interval. Yeah. Good. Good. I like that. Because now there's not this logic was really it was kind of hurting my eyes down here that it was inside of this method call because it was noisy. So now we've split it into two operations. First, we're mapping or computing based on this Danish today value, not the observable, turning it into an interval, which is the forecast interval, passing that on to our own HTTP service, the get method. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Let me run the format command here. What should we call that? Call it with operations, because we were taking an operation. This was actually two operations here in this part, splitting it into two separate operations. Yeah. What? I don't care. Some git message or error message. Okay. Back to what we wanted to test. It's this interval. Yeah. Let's create a new test case. What do we have in our setup? Different things. What we don't have here in the test is something about the Danish day. But I'm not too worried about that right now. Let me think about the test of this effect instead. We had this one. So it should be something a little similar to this case. What's this description going to be? The description is going to be it emits records every minute, or well, it shouldn't emit it. Requests forecast data every minute. Queries the CO2 emission prognosis API every minute. Yeah. We don't need a special value here because I think I set up I don't even think we need a spy. I think I set up a default one. Yeah. Well, we do need to have a reference to HTTP spy. So yeah, so we're going to assert like that it was called every minute. Yeah. Okay. C2 emission record. So the get is past a interval, right? That's I. Did I get the type right for this? No, I didn't anymore. Oh, okay. Return type. Yeah, that's right. But then the arguments. Interval. Yeah. So return type is this, and argument is so. Okay. And we don't even have to, do we? Don't think we even have to subscribe. I think this effect will be kicked off as soon as the store is initialized. So now we're going to, okay, I think what we're missing now is probably, well, it shouldn't be async anymore, but we're missing like passing time, passage of time in the context of a test. We might be able to use the fake async from helper from Angular. It's here in Angular core testing. And what if we then did tick also from the same namespace? An error somewhere here. Why? Is it not getting the Danish date store that was provided in root? And it is. Okay, now I'm confused. Not read pipe. Pipe of undefined. Oh, I think it's actually here. No, that one's good. It is an observable. Okay. Oh, is it down here? Oh, wait. Now I'm making something strange here. But there's not really a. I think what's going on wrong is this one should have mock return value, then return an observable, but it will be the same as the default one. So it's able to do like so. Yeah, okay. Now the error is one periodic timer still in the queue. So here we kind of say discard periodic tasks. This is also a function from Angular core testing, the namespace. Discard all remaining periodic tasks. It's because of this timer that is always running and is initialized as soon as this service or store is constructed. So we're not unsubscribing. Because I think that when this class is destroyed, I'm hoping that NGRX will unsubscribe. Even though this is returning a subscription, I hope that NGRX is doing it for me, or I have gotten something very wrong. Because I've also not, I don't think I've seen it in the, like in the documentation that we need to unsubscribe ourselves from an effect. But I'm not 100% sure. But anyways, there's an endless observable here triggering changes every minute. So that's why we have to discard this timer I was talking about. We even do it here. Yeah. Okay. But okay, so it's being called. That's good. Is it being? Well, there's two things we could test also. Like, what is it being called with? Have been called with. Called with. And then it should be like this interval. Yeah, I don't want to focus on that right now. I'll just do how many times have it queried the HTTP through the HTTP client. So this is one time, the immediate one. We don't even need. But we do need. So this is one time, the initial effect. Then we have 1 minute. So we will 1 minute. MS is now it should have been called 2 times, right? Yeah. after 2 minutes, three times, okay, and so on. So how could we do that for, I don't know, 1 hour? Let's just test it for 1 hour, that every minute it's calling the API. So every minute, 1 hour is then 60 minutes. Right? So doing an a range from RxJS, what are the arguments? Starts at 1. Goes to 60. And for each. Okay. I didn't know that there was a for each on an observable. That's something I didn't notice before. Interesting. Minutes lapsed. I don't think we're going to need that, but pick 1 minute. And then 1 hour minutes. Expect it to have been called. Initial count. So 1 initial count plus the minutes in an hour. Yeah. After 1 hour, it should have been called 61 times. The initial request count 1 plus 60. 1 hour in minutes. Yeah. So now we have tested this effect that every minute we are making a request. And not too bad for one line of code here instead of that Marvel test. I mean, I'm testing 1 hour. I could easily make this 24 hours actually. And now I've simulated it running for a full day. But 1 hour is plenty. So the marble test for that would look awful, I think. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. Also, yeah, this is not really asserting anything about an observable. This is asserting the side effect of calling the HTTP client. So another test would actually have to verify what are we getting back. But we do have one test already verifying what we're getting back. So we're getting back what is returned by the HTTP GET method. So these two in combination, I'm pretty happy with the test coverage. So cover interval, timer, timer for data, timer triggering data. Okay. Run my format command here. Good. Let's quickly take a look here at Wallaby's coverage. Now we added another library. What does it think about our coverage now? Okay, that's pretty funny. Like we're getting 100% test coverage, but that's because there are no unit tests for these ones, but they're being used in other tests or by other classes and so on that themselves have tests. But do I feel good about these two? Only because they're pretty simple. But yeah, I mean, if they were wrong, the test depending on them could also be wrong. So ideally, they should have their own unit tests. But yeah, I'll think about that if we need to add something else to this one. For example, if we want to dynamically update the Danish today date time. This one, I need to become more familiar with Luxon to figure out how to test that. Right? Or, well, I could give it a shot. Why not? It's only 2 a.m. I could give it a shot. This one. Let's try test suite for this one. So that, why would we test it? Well, so that no one accidentally messes up here or changes it to a non-Danish zone, and the name Danish zone would not make so much sense anymore. So that shouldn't happen. Oh, it should be the local import. Okay. It is the Copenhagen Danish time zone. Danish zone to, well, name. Yeah, to be Europe / Copenhagen. Wow. Look at that. Is a valid zone. Figure out how to do that. Is valid. Oh, neat. What if it became, okay, so now let's see what we're protecting it from. Someone accidentally introduced a space, then what? Yeah, both tests would fail. It would no longer be a valid zone, and the name of the zone would be wrong. Also, if someone accidentally did this, didn't change the name, that wouldn't make sense. So actually, let's see. This test is failing. It's no longer the Danish time zone. But what about, is it a valid zone? Why is that failing? Is Europe London not a valid zone name? Maybe not. How about Berlin? Oh, that's really strange. Paris? Paris should be valid. Come on. What is going on here? I don't get it. IANA time zone name here. London. There's no, oh, Europe London. Here it is. Okay. Europe London, Europe Paris. Both should be good. Oh well, might also be, no, I don't know. I really don't know. Oh, okay, this is actually nothing to do with this, but yeah. Oh yeah, okay. It had something to do with it. So I always take like the name property of a class or function, but in this case, it's a constant, but it's referring to an object that has a .name property. So that was not very good. Okay, so now it's making sense. Yeah, so Europe Paris is valid, but it's not the Danish time zone. Same for London, right? Yeah, still valid, but not the Danish one. This is what our test would protect from. So save it, test, cover Danish zone. And this one, yeah, this one. Do I want to test that? I really don't right now. But this is one of the important things about testing is dealing with now references. So what would be some testing? I could mark the .now of Luxon. Okay. Okay, settings .now. Ah, that's exactly what I was looking for. Something like this. So it's now 5 minutes past 2 a.m. Let's see if we can finish by adding a test or two for this one. Danish date store name is what we're testing. It something. It. Well, we only have one public property here, and that's the today observable. So let's make a describe block for that and say it emits the start of the Danish current Danish date. Okay, so import from Luxon settings, and then we'll do it here for now. Settings dot now is what should now return, a date object or number? Okay, okay. Now is let's keep using the date time from Luxon. And again, this is, I mentioned this in another episode when we're testing time series. At least it's easy to come up with test data. I'll just take the whatever the time is right now, approximately, and Danish zone. Well, it's not new. It's datetime from ISO. Yeah. Its settings now is will return date now dot. How do we get that? Takes milliseconds. That be in Luxon. Here it is, 2 millis. Returns the epoch milliseconds of this date time. Yeah. Okay. I will store this now here because then I will restore it afterwards so that it doesn't affect other tests. Okay. Now I will create my store. And I don't think it has any dependencies. No, it doesn't. So I can just say testbed inject since it has a provider. Now we have it. What we want to do, we want to subscribe to today. And we can take just first emitted value from RxJS, right? No, it implemented it. That's definitely not what I wanted. Import from RxJS. Yeah. Then I'll do to promise and today, Danish, today, actual today, call it. I need to make it an async function so I can use await. Okay. Getting back this date time object from Luxon. And let's see. Expect that. Expected today. Time from ISO. Zero, 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 zero. So now we can finally say expect actual today to be or to equal expected today? Great. And just to make it clear for you, this is the arrange part. This is the act part. This is the assert part. And finally, we also have some tear down here to restore the global state we wrote here at the beginning of the test. Okay, great stuff. Great stuff. Yes. So that was, yeah, that's actually everything I want to say about or test and verify about this store service right now for Danish dates. Okay. Cover Danish store. Just run my formatter here. Oh, there was some formatting change. No? No, apparently not. Okay. Okay. So now I'm actually happy with everything. Let's turn this into a pull request. Let's go find our repo. Oh, how we're doing in Denmark. Still a lot of wind producing electricity. And CO2 emissions is very low. Great. We're not importing much from Germany here from Western Denmark, but we are exporting a lot in Eastern Denmark. That's pretty funny. But it's because these two, this is the Eastern Denmark. It's called a price area or bidding zone. And this is West Denmark. So they are actually two separate regions in terms of the electricity grid. So they are technically trading with each other, but they are controlled by the same TSO, transmission system operator, called Energinet in Denmark. So they're not really trading, they're just exchanging power. But there is a separation between these two. So this is Eastern Denmark and Western Denmark as far as electricity goes. So we're actually exporting. Seems like we might have too much power, so we're exporting to Norway. We have too much windmill action going on right now, too little consumption of power. That's kind of funny. Yeah, but that might also have to do with our CO2 emissions, because I think we're subtracting whatever we're exporting here. We're saying that this is our most, like, how much are we exporting here? We're actually exporting 1.4 gigawatts right now. And we're saying that is all of our most or least green energy. We're exporting that to the other countries. So Norway right now and Germany. So that would be, let's see, we're importing, what we're producing only 500 megawatts of non-green power right now. So all of that, and then 900 additional 900 megawatts are exported out of Denmark. So we're giving non-green energy to someone, and then a lot of wind, clean green wind energy as well. Nice. And what about the CO2 forecast here? Still very low. So wind is blowing. Okay, let's get back to our repo. and github.com/lazydk energy insights. And now we already had a pull request, but it was in a draft. Let's see if our CI is happy about this. It is. We had build, lint, and test in our GitHub Actions workflow. Now it's ready for review. And I'm the only one to review it, but I will review it. 2 new libraries, the CO2 data access and the util date times. I'm keeping this local until I need it somewhere else. Then I might move it to a shared grouping folder instead of CO2. So that is reviewed. This one is just configuration, auto-generated, so nothing to see here. That looks good. Just config, auto-generated. Okay, our public API of the data access library, we are exporting the CO2 forecast store. That's the only one we should need to export for other libraries, because they shouldn't use the HTTP client. That's internal to this data access library. Okay, we have our CCAN error response. CCAN is the technology used by the Energy Data Service we're using as a backend or data API. So this is partial of what an error response looks like. I don't remember the properties, the error properties, but we'll might add them at some point. And this is what a successful API looks like, the shape of it. So all of this mess, and then here's the data we want to get, the records. Our HTTP service test suite looks like so. Set up, and here we're using the Angular HTTP testing. We're using the client testing module and the testing controller, storing them in shared variables here. And it maps successful responses to records. Okay, so we're making a request. And then we're expecting that what we're calling the services, this HTTP is our own, the implementation we're testing here. So we're calling its get method, passing it an interval, a Luxon interval, doesn't matter what it is. But we are then, that should trigger an HTTP request, and it does. A GET request to the Energy Data Service endpoint, and then we send back, we simulate that we send back a response with this record, this one record in it. It's here. We're asserting that once we get back that response, it is an array with an object where it has properties CO2 emission, minutes 5 UTC, and price area, which have these types. Because that's the mapping part. And this, the important thing here is that we're getting, yeah, because what we're getting back from the server is a string because it's JSON. So we can't get back a date, but we want to. Oh, yeah, I actually don't want to work with the native date type anymore. So maybe I should change it here into a date time from Luxon. Yeah, that would be good. I've been focusing on the store today, mostly. HTTP. Yeah, okay. So actually I might have this is where I might have made a mistake, because this can't be a date. Because it's what we're getting back from the Angular HTTP client, which is a JSON object. I'm also using this type in other places. Oh, I should also export that type, because it's in the public API of the store here. I really need a better domain type, but I'm not quite sure what I need right now. So I'm using this as is, which might not be the best decision, but we'll shape it in a different way once we start using it. Okay, we'll make an additional one. Call it Q2 forecasts. We call a time series item part value period. I don't know. I'll call it item for now. I don't have a good name right now. And it should actually have this interface. This interface should be a string. And this one should be called CO2 forecast item. We'll make a collection type. It's a read-only array of items. We'll export this. Oh. Q2 forecast domain item. Yeah. So here in our HTTP client, which one is that? This one? Yeah, we want to return not an observable of records, but an observable of having second thoughts here. Should have due to emission prognosis response item. Response. Yeah, that's the best name I can come up with right now. For the interface, due to emission prognosis response item. Yeah. Result item. I think the CCAN thingy here, it's called the result record. Naming is hard, people. Should also be a date time. Result. Read only array of these things. Yeah, so this is what we will be returning. CO2 emission prognosis result. What's the type? Oh, date. Yeah. So it should be a date time. Instead of a new date, it should be date time from ISO. Great. So now in the store, let's see, something should be broken. It's not? Okay. Oh, it is. Okay. Yeah. So the records, we don't want them to be records. We want the items, because I don't have a better name for. I should look that up. Like what's an item in a time series called? This is what we want to have. Oh no, this. Is it? Yeah, we want the domain objects here. So it shouldn't be called records. No, it should be called items. Okay. So update items, but we will take in records still. But now we need to map them. But I think that the shape is actually the same, so or will TypeScript tell me wrong? Minutes 5 UTC are incompatible. String. Oh, okay. It's because it's not records we're getting. It's actually these CO2 emission prognosis. Salt. Yeah, salt. Result is not a good name. Damn it. Naming is hard. What about the type at least? Not sure I understand this error message. It's missing the following properties from types to forecast item. Oh, items. And now it's okay. Okay. Ah, great. Okay, so what is going wrong here? There's something in the test, seems. Oh, it's not called records anymore. So we've naming gone wrong. And it's not a date anymore. And they're not records anymore. No, now they are. Yeah. The HTTP client returns records. But well, expected forecast. Expected forecast is records, but map them so that record and the minutes 5 UTC is record minutes 5 UTC, but take the time from ISO, like so. Expected forecast. Actual forecast to equal expected forecast. Where am I giving these records to? The HP gets my, oh. So it shouldn't be records, it should be this some items. I'm not happy about the names now. We'll change it in a second. No, I don't need to. Don't need to map because they're exactly the same shape. Expected forecast. Yeah. It's called items now. Actual forecast. Yeah. What about this test? Okay. So now the tests are passing. What do I want to do? I want to rename. I'm not happy about these names, these poor names. CO2 forecast item, CO2 forecast. Okay, I'm not really happy about item, but I don't know. Try to think about that in a second. But in the store, forecast store, instead of items, I want it to be called forecast. And it shouldn't return prognosis record. It should return a CO2 forecast. Forecast instead of items. Date forecast. Yeah. Now the other thing I'm unhappy about is this is called a result. That doesn't make sense. Don't know what I was thinking. Don't know what I was thinking. Where's the result thingy? Here, response item. I didn't even name the file properly. Should be instead called pseudo motion prognosis response. No. Should that be response? Response item. Yeah. And the whole thing is called a response. Yeah. Also what the name suggested originally. Okay. Yeah. What does that look like in here? Store, getting a response. Okay. And here. Result items, records, apps are successful. Response items. Yeah. Records. There are actually CO2 emission records. Yeah. Just fixing some types here. Not too exciting. It's getting mapped to a date. Yeah. Inside of the HTTP client. Records. Now I can use the correct type here. Yeah. Sorts. Earliest records first. Yeah. Describe record. It's not called record anymore. It's called forecast. 0 items. Forecast. response. Mm-hmm. Here's the forecast. Yes, it does. Okay. Out. Send response. Send request. Request. Query. Oh, naming. Man. Query forecast every minute. Yes. Yeah. Okay, it's getting late. It is 2:42 a.m. in Denmark. We're also getting somewhere now. Where did I put that to do? Should delete that. Oh, let's see here. Oh no. Oh, records. HTTP get spy is now emission response. Yeah. I was typing thingies as well. Okay. Oh, lots of changes here. Okay. I just want to Google here, search for time series entry. What was the item called of a time series? Oh, course. Data points. Man, I feel stupid. Data points. I feel stupid. I feel stupid. Data point. CO2 forecast. CO2 forecast item. It's called the CO2 forecast file. Here we go. Okay. Let me run my format command. Now. I don't know if there's actually a bug fix in here. Oh, the tests have caught them? No, actually not, because I isolated from the actual response. Fix response response mapping at rename types. Okay. Then let's go back to the pull request for reviewing. Refresh. So now we're exporting CO2 forecast store and the CO2 forecast domain interface. Yeah, domain type should be in domain libraries. Otherwise, we might get some issues with the dependencies once we start adding restrictions between the layers. But we'll deal with that at that point. Because I'm also not happy that we're using the property names of whatever is sent back by their API, that we don't. There can be better names, maybe. So maybe a more generic data point for time series, but good enough for now. Okay, our HTTP client spec. This test case is testing the mapping. It maps successful responses to response items. That's not a good name anymore, is it? Oh, it is. Okay. Yeah, maps to number, date, string, in price area, -5 UTC, and CO2 emission. This is the important bit because it's JSON, so it will be a string originally, but our consumers will receive it as a date. Oh, it should be a date time. So this test, like, did I not? Let's check the types again. Date type. Excuse me. Here, date time. Okay, so that test should actually fail. Spec, please. Date. Why is this not failing? String. Array. And what? Nothing is making this test fail, apparently. What if it's a different name? Oh, TypeScript will complain. Array should be wrong. It should make it fail. What are we getting back? We're getting back a CO2 emission prognosis record. No, we're getting back a CO2 emission prognosis response item. See here it says date time, so why would it expect any array? Why would that work? Oh, no. Still not. Okay, let's add it. I'm not happy about this, so records -5 UTC here. Record. not saying too much right now. It's past my bedtime, folks. Here it should be record CO2 emission record. Oh. Record CO2 emission, yes. Here, record. That's 5 UTC, and here, try something gibberish. Our test doesn't fail now, something's broken. I mean, what does that mean? Does it never resolve? What's going on? What if we made it an empty array? Man, did this never work, this test? I must have forgotten to make it fail first and then make it pass. Okay. Happy about this. This is messy. To fix CO2 emission prognosis response. So to promise, subscribe. I'll take one. Take the first. Really. Subscribe, and when we receive something, funds, actual response. Actual response will be assigned to response we got here. It will be a let variable. And we won't have this one anymore. Okay. Actual response should now equal here. At least something's going right here. Actual response is used before being assigned. Nope, it's not, because we're in synchronous RxJS mode here. So, well, okay, to make ESLint happy, we'll give it an empty array initially. Okay. Okay, typing is good. Test can actually fail now. It's kind of strange if that was never really working. Not too happy about that. This one doesn't fail either. Oh my god. Oh, this is not good. Not good. Actual mission response. Set it initially to this. And here, we'll first emitted value. We'll subscribe here. And we'll get a response. We will assign it to the actual response variable. So okay, so now it can fail. Yes. Ray. Now it's passing. Okay. Okay. Here I could actually also spread it, except for this one, because this is the only one that's actually being mapped. The others are as is. Okay. Fix tests so that they are always fix false, false. Yeah. Okay, let's go back to the review of the code here. Now refresh. Maps to response items. Oh, I have a comment here. Man, it's getting way too late. I need to be done with this. On the format. Did something. Then I will. Are there more changes? No, I will amend and force push. Refresh the pull requests. Here, maps to response items. Excuse me. Yeah, we're testing this, which is the mapping part. Emits an array for successful responses. Yeah, an array. Emits an error for error responses. Oh, this could be another one of those. Have to check that. here. Sorry. Oh no, this one was not working either. Dang. I don't know what I'm failing here. Okay, I'll have to do it like the other ones. First, type error, actual error. So we'll get the error and we will assign it to the actual error and actual error to equal any error, the actual error dot message to contain the error. Where here? Secant error response. Oh, success false. No. Just an error. Contain foobar. Oh, secant error. Okay. Secant error. B. Oh, it's exactly secant error. It's an error for error responses. Great. So this is what is triggering it. The success is false in the response object that we're getting from the server. Then our client is emitting a secant error. Nice. False, possibly false positive. And run the formatting. And amended. Back to review mode. Good thing I'm doing code review on myself. It's kind of funny. At least I'm catching some mistakes. That's good. Excuse me. Okay, this one is looking good now. Testing HTTP is not fun. Okay, here's the service. It has one get method, takes an interval from, it's a Luxon interval, and returns either, well, what it gets back from the server is either a secant response with CO2 emission prognosis records or a secant error response. If it's a success response, we will take the records, map them so that, date time, map them to the minutes 5 UTC properties to date time objects, also Luxon date times. And if success is false, we will throw an error saying secant error. Okay, we have tested all of that. Good. What's this? File added. What's this? Copied what? Did we copy the content or path? Path, apparently. Strange feature. Okay. YouTube prognosis record. This is what we're initially getting back. Now I'm getting in doubt about the names. Should the response be what has a string, and the record be the mapped response and what we're returning? Maybe, but no, not today. Too many changes already. So this is the mapped item. Here we have the spec, the test suite for this create YouTube forecast SQL query function. That's a date range start filter. That's not good naming anymore. Create. Now that's an interval start. No, it's for the SQL query, so maybe it is good name. Start filter. Date range. Yeah. For the SQL query, not for what we used to call the date query. So that might be good enough. That's a date range. And filter. Okay, I could still be consistent about calling it an interval now rather than a date range. Let's start. Yeah. That's an interval end filter. That's an interval start filter. So earliest records first, yes. Queries. Okay. Change test descriptions. Committing, pushing, going back to review. Add interval start filter -5 greater than or equal to start time string, date time string. Same here, but for the end, interval end, yeah. Sorts with earliest record first, order by ascending, yes. Queries the CO2 emission prognosis dataset from CO2 emis proc, yes, good. And here's the SQL query factory. Yeah, looks right. Trim SQL parameter replaces new line followed by white space with a space character. So the raw SQL, trimmed SQL looks like so. Yeah. Places a new line with space character. Hello world becomes hello world with a space. Good. And here is the implementation. Nice. This is the right one. CO2 forecast store Let's look at the test here. Provided externally. Yeah, so it has its, in the setup, we are providing it here. It doesn't have its own provider like provided in root. So you have to give it a provider scope, for example, for a component, then it will follow the life cycle of that component. It's one of the nice things about Nginx Component Store. Okay. Initially emits 0. Instead of items, it should say data points. Data points. Media emits data points. Forecast. Clears the forecast on errors, queries every minute. Okay, where was the one I wanted to change the name of? Provide externally emits 0 items, 0 data points, or an empty forecast. Format, and change test descriptions. This is called. Push it. There we go. Refresh it. Immediately emits a forecast on success response from the API. Yes. Clears the forecast and error response from CO2 emission prognosis API. Seek an error. And the actual forecast is an empty array, yes. Queries the CO2 emission prognosis API every minute. This was the test we added today. Okay, there's an initial effect being triggered here after 0 milliseconds. Then we take 60 times we pass 1 minute virtually. And then after we have done that, it should have called the HTTP GET method 1 plus 60 times, so 61 times. And then we discard this because this effect is always running. We don't really have an option of turning it off except for shutting down the HTTP or the store, like destroying that, tearing that down. This one is the store implementation. This is our Nginx store, finally in its first revision. State is a forecast. Yes, we exposed that forecast with debounce. We initialize the state and then we trigger an effect here. Query forecast every minute. Danish date today. Because we take that Danish today, and if that changes or the timer emits every minute and initially, we will map the Danish today to an interval, which is Danish today plus 2 days. We then take that forecast interval and pass it to the HTTP, our HTTP service.get. If it goes well, we'll update the forecast with the result. If it fails, we will clear the forecast. This is our updater, and it makes sure it returns the state, an object of the state, the full state. Here's our initial state. Okay, looking good. Not reviewing this auto-generated configuration because there's nothing to change. Datetime utilities, okay. auto-generated configuration here. We're exporting Danish date store, Danish zone. Yes. Danish date store spec today emits the start of the current Danish date. We set now to whatever moment in time it was in the Danish zone, and we expect it to be the start of the 23rd of May Danish time zone. Then we stop out this settings now from Luxon. We create the store, the Danish date store, and we take the first emission from the today observable. Expect it to be this date time. And we're restoring the settings that now function. We stored the original one here. Now we're assigning it again, so we're not messing with global state. Good. Danish date store. This is what it looks like. Today, Danish today comes from here. And today comes from this private method. Excuse me. I'm very tired now. It's 3:18 a.m. weekend. So today method is calling the now method, which gives us the now date time and puts it in the Danish time zone. So we take that, where we take the start of the day. So it's the start of the Danish day. So it's a Danish today moment in time. Here's the spec, the test suite for our Danish zone, Danish time zone, which is this one. We test that it is, in fact, the Danish time zone. Europe Copenhagen is this zone name. It is a valid zone, so there's no typing errors in either one of these. Good. Configuration, 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 configuration. NX. Project entries. Scopes, U2 type data access. That looks good. Util date time. Scopes U2 type util. Also good. We added NGX component store, Luxon, types for Luxon. A new log file. And path mappings for the data access library and the datetime utilities. Yes. Project entries in the workspace configuration, U2 data access, and U2 util datetimes. I usually sort these, but I usually use a script for it. We'll add that to this repo later. For now, I cannot approve my own, but I have reviewed it and going to merge it. Wow, quite a bit of work here. 44 commits since yesterday. Oh, that was the newest commit. No? Okay. 22nd. Oh, yeah, it was 25 hours ago. Yeah, we're done. We're done. This comment also done. Yes. Squassin merged, and I need the description from here. It's already been approved by the CI workflow. So now let's just sync our editor here. Check out main. This is my own PowerShell script that mostly works. So now locally I have only the main branch. And remotely, there's also only the main branch. Nice. Since we have merged, we should actually see another action run. And this time we can see previously it was, let's see, it was because of a pull request on this branch. And now it's because of a commit being pushed to the main branch. Why? Because our GitHub Actions workflow declares these triggers. Either a push to the main branch, a pull request on any branch, or the manual trigger on any branch. It's called the workflow dispatch event. Works like this. You can take a workflow. You can say run workflow and then select a branch. We only have one right now. Then we can trigger it manually. Oh, so it completed. Okay, so let's try to trigger it manually just for fun. And refresh. Here we go. Manually run by me. Yes. Let's see what it looks like. So we're actually skipping lints on the main branch because that should have been fixed before merging. So in the pull request. So we're not wasting time on that, and it's definitely not breaking anything just because of lints. If one should, yeah, if there should be some linting errors in the main branch for some reason, it shouldn't break anything really. Okay, build went good, test went good. I don't have any deployment yet. Okay, very good, very good. Oh, this was NX After Dark, definitely After Dark from, I don't even remember, it was 4 hours, 13 minutes ago we started. It was a long time ago, and now it's almost 3:30 a.m. So getting tired. Thank you for joining early on, Shivam, Sebastian. Who else was here? Was Serkan, was Abel, and Chow. And to everyone watching on YouTube, nice of you to follow along. And it'll be exciting to move on to the next step, which is we're going to add some UI to this app for the first time. So we'll build the layers to connect the application project with the data access library. There should be some layers in between here. So we'll get to that in later episodes. For now, I hope you learned something, or at least anything, and that will make me happy. So also thank you for all your nice feedback. I'm happy that you are learning something and you find it valuable, because I try not to spend too much time on planning or promoting or anything like that. So it's just whenever I have some time, I will spend a few minutes planning what they want to do and then try to do it. And today it took a whole lot longer, but I succeeded finally. I'm pretty happy with that implementation, but we'll see in practice if it's working as soon as we connect it to the UI. Great. That was it for NX After Dark. See you some other time. Bye.